Good morning, everyone. I welcome you for this morning session. It is history and political education. Let me hope that we are all fine. My name is Kawunde Paul. I teach history and political education. So I welcome students who are here, different schools who are here, such that we can see how we can pass when it gets to our final exams in October. I'm here to take you through this paper, handling what is examinable and some challenges we may face or we have been facing. Today, we are starting right from page 1 up to the last page. Those who have managed to cover the syllabus, and I should thank the teachers who are here for the great work you've done to see to it that our students are passing. History and political education, it is a paper that is categorized into 3 element of constructs or areas of construct. We are aware that our paper has 3 areas. It has 3 areas where we expect items to be coming from. And in these areas, we are expecting 4 items, which 4 items are also grouped into 2, where we are having section A and section B. Section A is compulsory with 2 items, and section B is optional with 2 items, where we are supposed to pick 1 item. So we are starting with the element of construct. Element of construct 1, it is understanding of the pre-colonial history of East Africa. And we are seeing that under this, we are having finding out about our past. Under this theme, we expect to have items like we're having some topics like sources of history. We are having why do we study history? Because those past, the other old curriculum, we were not even minding about reasons as to why we study history. But currently, we are expecting some items right from page 1. Why do we study history? The sources of history. Then we come in and we look at the origin of man. Here we are dealing with the theories, how man came into existence. We have the biblical theory, we have the traditional theory, we have the scientific theory, where we have to break down. Then we come and look at migration and settlement. With migration and settlement, we look at different groups, how they moved from their cradleland to East Africa. We have the Bantu, we have the Ngoni. We can also talk about the Luo. We shall have different items to see how this migration can be set, and sometimes it is challenging, whereby some items are set when they are asking for the current situation. We shall also look at that. We have in culture and the ethnic groups. We shall, under understanding of pre-colonial history, there is state formation in East Africa, where we are looking at centralized and decentralized societies. Religions in East Africa, here we are looking at missionary activities. Then local trade and external trade. Here we are looking at long distance trade, Indian Ocean trade, slave trade. So we are going to see how items are set under these topics. So that is element of construct 1, where we are expecting our first item to come from. And we are also having element of construct 2, understanding the colonial history of Africa, where we have the scramble and partition and colonization, response to the establishment of colonial rule in East Africa, colonial administrative systems in East Africa, the colonial economy in East Africa, the world wars and their impact in East Africa. Then we look at the key personalities, those people who helped East African countries to achieve their independence. Then the struggle for independence in East Africa. And then we slope to South Africa, the struggle for independence in South Africa. Then we are also having that element of construct 2. That is where we expect our item 2 to come from. And the compulsory part now will be done. The compulsory part, I've told you, it is section A, as we are going to see how we can break down that paper. Then understanding of the post-colonial history of Africa. That is element 3, where we expect 2 items in section B. The structure of the government of Uganda, the local government systems in Uganda, the constitutionalism in Uganda, democracy and leadership in East Africa, the role of the UN in development and its impact on Uganda, the evolution of human rights in Uganda, the post-independence socio-economic challenges in Uganda, the post-independence struggles in Uganda, the post-independence struggles in East Africa, then patriotism, key contributors to nation building in post-independence Uganda, changing land tenure systems in Uganda. That work is mostly covered in senior 3. What is missing there is non-government organizations and the civil society organizations. They are also under element of construct 3. We're having lessons from the world economic transformation. We are also having evolution of Pan-Africanism, ECOWAS, the role of AU, then Intergovernmental Authority on Development, neocolonialism, globalization, peace and conflict resolution in East Africa, and then the East African community. So those are the areas where we are expecting the 4 items. And now, sorry. Our paper is for our paper is for our paper is for 2 hours and 15 minutes. When you look at this paper, it is indicating the features of the history and political education paper. It is for 2 hours and 15 minutes, where the instructions are very clear to our candidates that it has 2 sections, A and B, and it has 4 examination items. Section A is compulsory, and you are answering 1 item from section B. Therefore, the whole paper, a candidate is supposed to answer 3 examination items in all the set items. So there is another instruction that any additional item answered will not be scored. And we shouldn't waste a lot of time answering all the 4 such that the scholars can pick the right items you have answered. So the 2 hours and 15 minutes, we expect a learner to answer all the 3 items. And my dear students, each item you answer, you shouldn't go below 10 points. What does it mean? If we give a learner 10 minutes to read all the 4 items, a learner is left with 165 minutes. When those minutes are distributed to the 60, let's assume you have managed to write the 60 items which you are supposed to write. You need 2.2 minutes and some 4 or 5 seconds to write every point. So we should be now practicing the speed, and it is also calling for a serious revision, because you shouldn't be in the paper overthinking to have something to write. No, you have to prepare on time, and then we see how you can come up with a very good essay, and also how you can pass very well. My first area to handle is what is required for a learner to write something that is good, that is presentable. As you know, history is still marked out of impression. Members, you cannot come up with the summaries and you think that you are going to impress the examiner. The beauty of something can make very many people to come and visit your shop because of the way you have designed it. So now the marketing, as you a student, you are doing is to have the essay well written such that the examiner can get to know that I'm now dealing with someone who is very serious. How should we come up with a very good essay? First of all, we have to look at the paragraph. We have to look at the way how you paragraph your work. Yes. Yes, I think it can work here. 100%. With history members, we are not using block paragraphing. Yes, block paragraphs. We are using what we call indented paragraphs. As you look at this handwritten document there, we leave a small space from the margin. Some of us, we have a tendency of using stars to show someone that this is my point, to show someone that my point is starting from here, you put arrows. So the issue is we are using indented paragraphs where you leave a small space from the margin. When you look at that handwritten content, that paragraph is what is being demanded from you, the learner. For us to come up with a very good essay, members, your English has to be good. The spellings of words, we expect a learner to write the content in a right English, which English should be in line with history. When we talk about English, we are not meaning you bring in the words which are used in English as a subject, but we are talking about English as a language that you have to write it very well. Members, a good essay of history, it has to be with a conclusion where we are seeing that we are using historical words in concluding. Some of us, we have English words where you can say, I sum up. No, let us use that word that is known by everyone in conclusion. Someone may ask on issues of the size of the essay. Members, the size of the essay mainly in this lower curriculum is determined by the three demands. That three demands, we have the historical knowledge, we have the historical thinking, and the historical application. Historical knowledge, we are stating the point. Any history student, you have to state the point in a full sentence. You shouldn't just do what? Just come and you write two words as your point, that for you have started a point. For example, when you look at that item one. That item one is asking for the contribution of that trade to the modern East Africa. If we are to have the HK there, that is the historical knowledge, we expect a learner to present his or her point in a full sentence. Let's say this trade is the Indian Ocean trade. How did it contribute to the development of modern East Africa? We are stating our point. The trade, the Indian Ocean trade, led to the introduction of new items in East Africa, new trade items in East Africa. That is the sentence we are talking about. The Indian Ocean trade led to the introduction of new trade items in East Africa. That statement, that sentence is considered as a full sentence. Members don't just say new trade items, then full stop. And then you start explaining. No. Let us write our work in a full sentence. That is the HK. The Indian Ocean trade led to the introduction of new items in East Africa. The Indian Ocean trade led to the introduction of Kiswahili language in East Africa. The Indian Ocean trade led to the introduction of the Islamic religion in East Africa. But don't say new religion or Islam was introduced. Kiswahili language was introduced. No. Members, it has to be a full sentence. That is the HK. Then we have said the HK is stating the point. Then, and we have agreed that we are stating it in a full sentence. Another thing, it is the historical thinking. The historical thinking, we are expecting your explanation. Under this, we expect some examples where necessary. It is not true that every point has an example. Don't forge an example because you were told that the historical thinking, I explain and I even give an example. No, there are some points in history without examples. So we just need your explanation. For example, we can say, we can use our point, which is on this item. This item one, we can use our point, which is the trade led to the introduction of new items in East Africa, full stop. Then we explain and say, new items like beads, like cups, were brought by the Arabs or were exchanged with the people of East Africa by the Arabs or by the coastal traders. Because we are not only seeing the Arabs that came to trade with us, we can have a common term, which is the coastal traders. So the explanation can be that the trade led to the introduction of new items in East Africa. Oh, yes. And we say that the new trade items like beads, like cups, like bangles were brought by the coastal traders at the coast of East Africa. And the people of East Africa started using them. Then, such a point, it is demanding for an example which items were brought. You shouldn't leave it open. But the issue is, members, any example given, it has to be the right example. The moment you say that it led to the introduction of new items and you give a wrong example, it can lead to the cancellation of your point. So as we are giving examples, let us make sure that we are giving the right examples. So that is the HT, which is the explanation of the point stated. Then the application. Here the application, we are going to look at two categories of applications. We have the application that is historical, the one that we can get from the scenario. We also have the application that is dealing with the current situation, the today application. Here, the today application, that is when we say, where you find that some teachers have told their students that we are going back to the other example, that the coming of the Indian Ocean trade led to the introduction of new items like cups, led to the introduction of new items to the people of East Africa. The items which were introduced include cups, bangles, beads, which were used by the people of East Africa. Our application is these items, even today, are still used by the people of East Africa. All these items, we are not meaning the items which were brought by the Arabs, but by the coastal traders during the Indian Ocean trade. But the issue is they brought the items, and we got to know that we shouldn't only use pottery items, but we should also have other items. So the coming of these coastal traders during the Indian Ocean trade led to the introduction of some bangles, led to the introduction of utensils which people are still using even today. And you can go in the shop, you buy a cup. We are not meaning that you are buying a cup of which was brought during the era of the Indian Ocean trade, no. But the bringing or the coming of these people, they introduced a new lifestyle where people started using manufactured utensils, manufactured cups, plates. People are putting on bangles even today, but the knowledge was being brought by the coastal traders during the Indian Ocean trade. So when you look at that point, even if you are having small, you are writing small letters, I don't think that that point can go below 3.5 lines. So those who have been asking themselves, how many lines am I supposed to write? The lines are determined, or the size of the point is determined by those three factors: the historical knowledge, the historical thinking, and the historical application. So the moment you read your point, when it is having all those features, it means you qualify for a score. But the issue is there is no anyone that is supposed to determine the size of your point. The size of the point is determined by the HK, the HT, and the HA. And the truth is, you cannot convince us that you can apply all the three elements in your point and they go below 3.5 lines. So it has to be beyond that. It will depend on your handwriting, but for me, I've considered that person who is writing small letters, that your point should not go below 3.5 lines. Those who are writing smaller letters, because if we say that our point is supposed to sit on 5 lines, we are having our colleagues who are writing big letters, and the point can go above that. So the issue is, ladies and gentlemen who are here, as you are writing, make sure that your point has captured all the three elements, the HK, the HT, and the HA. So we have that example. I think we are okay with that. Allow me to go to this item still, and we see what is required for a learner to write on the paper. When you read that item 1, we have to know this, that during the old curriculum, we had the introduction part where a learner was supposed to introduce the question. Currently, our introduction is a bit different. And these are the things that are supposed to be in our introduction. The first thing has to be problem identification, or identifying the societal problem. The moment you read the scenario, the moment you... Okay. Before we cross to that, okay, let us go. Then I will come back and talk about it. But our introduction is supposed to look like that. The first thing, you have to identify the problem in the scenario. The problem is in the scenario is the subject, is the one that is determining what you are going to talk about. When you look at that item, our problem in the scenario is highlighted with the red. The item is saying, senior 2 students in your school were having an argument. We are having an argument. Sorry. About the impact of the trade that took place between 1000 to 1500 AD. The first group of students believed that this did not cause any impact on to East Africa, since these traders involved the crossing overseas and the oceans to carry out transactions. While the second group said there was a great influence which have been contributed to the development of modern East Africa. The teacher of history and political education got concerned and have picked you to give your views in support of the second group. So now, let us read the scenario and we understand it very well. That is one of the factors that is going to make us pass. They have even cheated for us in this item. that the teacher of history and political education got concerned and they have picked you to give the views in support of the second group. Members, in this scenario, the second group is saying that trade contributed to the development of modern East Africa. So now our problem here is the impact of the trade that took place between 1000 to 1500 AD to the development of modern East Africa. That is the societal problem identified in this question. The impact of the trade that took place between 1000 to 1500 AD to the development of modern East Africa. So the statement has to be the ignorance of some senior 2 students about the impact of the trade. Are we together? We can say the societal problem is the need to sensitize some senior 2 students about the impact of the trade that took place between 1000 to 1500 AD to the development of modern East Africa. That is the problem stated. That is the first thing we are supposed to do when we are answering any item on our paper. We first identify the problem. Another thing, we identify the key words. The key words, members, or the historical words. It is not true that any word that you are not understanding in the scenario, it is a keyword. You have to understand, first of all, the topic where this item is got from. When you get to know it very well, then you will know the keywords which are there. Now, when you look at this item, it has some figures, and some figures, they are going to be identified as keywords. How? They have not given us the name of the trade, but they have given us the years when the trade took place. It means we are identifying 1000 to 1500 AD. It is a keyword. 1000 to 1500 AD. It is a keyword. We come down, we note it down, and we identify, we explain it. How should we define it? We define 1000 to 1500 AD as the Indian Ocean trade. I think I'm communicating. We define 1000 to 1500 AD as the Indian Ocean trade. That is its second name. Then we can define it and say this was the trade that took place between the people of East Africa and traders from Asia crossing Indian Ocean. But even giving the second name of this trade, you can earn a mark because you have been in position to identify, to tell that the trade that took place between 1000 to 1500 AD, it is the Indian Ocean trade. Sit down again, and I first run the program for each step that we have only that keyword. There is no any other keyword. Okay, we can also define history and political education. Then we can also define traders, and we can also define trade. So we have those keywords, 1000 to 1500 AD. We have trade, we have traders, and also history and political education. So those are the four. Are they four? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the keywords we can have in this scenario. But the issue is on understanding the scenario first. So after identifying the keywords, there is also another statement that is supposed to be written, and it is part of the introduction. It can be a standpoint, or we can call it an opening statement. A standpoint will come in on a scenario that is asking for, that is having an argument, people arguing. Like this one, item 1, students were arguing. But the difference in this item is that the setter has given us the side already. That we should do what? We should support the second group. But you will find an item where the argument is there, and they are telling you, to say yes or no. So with such a question, we shall have an example. With such a question, you have to give a standpoint. Now this one, it is asking for, yes, the standpoint or the opening statement. The opening statement has to be the following are the contributions of the Indian Ocean trade to the development of modern East Africa. Each statement you write, we said you paragraph it. And our paragraphs, they are supposed to be looking like this. In that handwritten document you are seeing there, I told you that we should always leave space from the margin. That is history. The moment you use block paragraphs, you are not writing history, my dear. Are we together? Another thing, after identifying the keywords and also writing the opening statement, we go on the body. The body is what we are supposed to write. The points. Now the points, the contribution of the Indian Ocean trade towards the development of modern East Africa. We may not have the points, but my focus, let it be on HK. HK, I told you it is stating the point. And I said that any history student is supposed to state or to write the HK, the historical knowledge, in a full sentence. The Indian Ocean trade, did it impact on the development of East Africa? Yes. If it impacted, the issue has to be a point which is stated in a full sentence. We can say Indian Ocean trade led to the development of towns. In East Africa, on the coast of East Africa. The Indian Ocean trade led to the development of coastal towns. Which contributed to the development of East Africa, or which contributed to the development of modern East Africa. That is the point. How the point is supposed to be stated. The Indian Ocean trade led to the development of coastal towns, which contributed to the development of modern East Africa. That is the HK. It has to be stated in a full sentence. You can also say new coastal towns were developed during the Indian Ocean trade, which led to the development of modern East Africa. Rahim.
Yes, those who have questions, you can raise your hand. Rahim.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So you've explained a point about the development of coastal towns, right?
Yes, sir.
So as you're explaining your historical thinking, I wished to ask, for such a point, shouldn't I explain how actually the development came about? And then to my HA, I can now say maybe therefore, like I can say it led to the development of coastal towns whereby traders were taxed and the taxes were used to improve on the infrastructure around the coastal towns. For example, coastal towns like Malindi, Mombasa, and I list a few. And then I see modern East Africa, such coastal towns are developed now because of like the IoT had an influence on their current development rate.
Okay, I'm going to answer you.
Thank you.
Yes, fresh.
Morning, sir.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, so my question is simple. In the introduction about problem identification, the keywords and the opening statement, are they supposed to be in one paragraph, or we are supposed to put them in that separate paragraphs?
Okay.
pick another one. Okay. Gavanian.
Okay. What if I say in the problem identification,
Try to be audible.
in the problem identification, what if I say the problem in the scenario is failure of some of the students to understand the impact of the trade that took place between 1000 to 1500 AD. Is it correct?
Okay.
Okay. Daniela. Daniela, go on.
What if when I'm in the introduction, I also give the chapter where the scenario is coming from? Yes.
You are Daniela.
Okay. D. D, unmute. Joel, Patrick.
Teacher, for me,
Continue, Joel. Oh, I think your network is not good. Yeah, but now what we are going to do, we are going to
there are
look
some
through the
scenarios
chat,
which
some
need
of the questions. Somewhere making submit. Okay.
They don't know that to come on.
Okay.
Emma.
Emma.
What if I say there is limited knowledge by some students on the impact of the trade?
Come again.
What if I say the problem in a scenario is that there's limited knowledge by the second group of students on the contributions of the trade towards the development of modern East Africa?
Okay. Let me start with the people who have been asking on the issue of keywords. The first one asked whether it should be in one paragraph. No. The issue is the problem identified, it is one paragraph. Each keyword you identify, you paragraph it and define it. I think I've answered the Fresh, I've answered the Daniela, and other people. Then, so the issue is each keyword you identify, you do what? You paragraph it. That is it. Now, on the issue of stating the problem, we can have different ways of stating. But my worry is you having very many words which may not even match with the historical format. We can use words like ignorance, the need to sensitize, failure to do ABCD, like that. Daniela asked about the chapter, that when I state the problem and even the chapter, no marker given in that area. And I'm seeing a situation where you may forget the chapter. So my request is identify the key words, we ignore the chapter. But you need to know the topics in all elements of construct. In element 1, we are having the following topics. Because we are going to meet some questions which are having A and B. These questions or these tasks, you have to be in position to know that now this task is on migration. This one is on origin of man. So it will help you, Daniela, when you are in position to identify these what? These key, when you are in position to identify those topics, when you are answering the tasks. Patricia, I'm seeing your hand is up.
Thank you, sir. I'd like you to please repeat on the applications, like the types of applications, and also where applicable. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Thank you. Gavinian.
Unmute.
I'm trying to be audible enough.
They talked about the evidence when you are giving the problem identification. Is it allowed or is it considered?
Which evidence? For example?
For example, when you're setting your problem identification and you say it is evidenced by the second group of the senior 2 students. Yes, like that.
Okay, thank you, Gavanian.
ICT support.
Thank you. What I would like to ask is the standpoint, its position. I don't know where it comes after. Is it after the introduction or before the body?
Okay. I think Joel.
Joel Patrick.
My question is on how do you apply on items of comparison, for example, decentralized and centralized societies, where they want you to give their features.
Yeah. I request Joel, you'll come back with your question after.
Okay.
So now, when do we write the standpoint, the opening statement? The opening statement is written immediately after identifying and defining the key words. It is the one that is taking us on the body of the task. The standpoint, it can be the opening statement. The following are the contributions of the Indian Ocean trade towards the development of modern East Africa. Members we shouldn't give A-level standpoint. We shouldn't. And I request the teachers who are here to allow me not to mention some, because some learners may want to cross before reaching there and they write them there, because there is no any question that is demanding us to have the A-level standpoint. That's why we are saying that any question that is having any argument, we are taking one side. And that side, we just, we can say, let me look for the question here. Any question? We can say, I strongly agree. Let's assume that this item 1 had this what? Okay, it has worked. People were seriously arguing, and we are not given an opportunity to have the side like the way the setter has told us that we should support the second group. But let's say the task was on write an essay. When you are either agreeing or not about the scenario, then you can say your standpoint can be, I strongly agree that the Indian Ocean trade did ABCD, contributed towards the development of East Africa. Someone who has decided to disagree, you can also say, I strongly disagree that the Indian Ocean trade didn't contribute to the modern development of East Africa. The standpoint, the opening statement are all written after identifying the key words. And then from there, you start writing your points. The first person who asked was on how do we build points? Members, my first point I gave you, I was mainly still on the HK. And the HK has to be written in a full sentence. We state our points in a full sentence. Don't just write new towns developed, full stop. Then you start explaining. The teachers who are here, I know you know why we encourage our learners to write in a full sentence. Or I make the statement. Okay, let me make the statement. The issue is some of us, our words are not so many in English. So now our issue is, if you write that statement in a full sentence, you'll be increasing on the size of your point. That is the thing. So my first colleague who asked the question, I was just handling the HK without handling the HT. And the point was, the Indian Ocean trade led to the development of new towns. At the coast, or on the coast of East Africa. You can have a full stop. Or you can also say, led to the development of new towns at the coast of East Africa, which led to the development of modern East Africa. You put a full stop. Then we go on the HT. The HT has to include statements like towns like Mombasa, towns like Sofara, developed because of the Indian Ocean trade. Another name for Indian Ocean trade, it is external trade. Because some of them were collecting centers for different trade items, which increased the population in the area. Are we together? That is the HT. We can have the HT in different versions, in different words, but when it is pushing us to the development. Then the HA, we can say, because it is pushing us to the current situation, that today these towns are still existing and are still handling the imports and exports of East African countries. Are we together, ladies and gentlemen? Now let me have some more questions mainly on that. I think people who had issues with the problem identification, the introduction, I'm done with you. So let me have, as I explain more points, I should have questions mainly on that. By the time we shall have more items, more examples, I think we shall be just asking for the content. So we can have another point, which is the Indian Ocean trade led to the introduction and growth of Afro-Arab culture, which led to the development of modern East Africa. The Afro-Arab culture, that is the point. The way how we have stated it is in a full sentence. That is the HK. Now, our body has to be that the coming of the Asians or Arabs led to intermarriages between the people of between the people of coastal, between the people of the East African coast and the Arabs, which ended up giving birth to a new culture. When we talk about the culture, we should also involve in the dressing, the language, what and what. So someone may think that we have now combined the very many points. No, still the point of language can come in as an independent point. So there is no any blunder there. So we are saying the HT is the coming of Asians led to intermarriages between the coastal people and these Asians, which gave birth to new cultures. For example, the dressing, the language, at the coast of East Africa. That is our HT. Then the application is, these cultures were copied by Africans or the people of East Africa, and they are still following them even today. Because when you look at most coastal towns in East Africa, they are using Kiswahili language. Most of them, they are veiling. Veiling, it is not an African culture. This was a culture copied after the coming of the Arabs who came with the Islamic religion. So that is how we can apply, we can write our points. Now I welcome some questions.
You can raise your hand. Okay. Doreen?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, my question is, if in the if your introduction is correct, then if the introduction is wrong, then the points which you've outlined, they are correct. Can I be penalized for all or only the introduction?
Only the introduction, but now you cannot fail the introduction. Why? It's because you cannot have the body in the new curriculum when you have not even identified the problem. Because the problem identified, this is the solution you are going to, the problem you are going to solve. Don't you have to get?
Yes. Okay,
So
like teacher, I was meaning, okay, like for example, they have said, okay, like the impact of trade, but you're not sure of that trade. Kubanga, there is the long distance, those trades, yeah? Maybe you've outlined, you've used long distance trade instead of the Indian Ocean trade. Okay, like this.
Okay. The moment you repeat, Bamujeba, during the moment you write
in your essay. Oh, wait. That long distance trade led to this.
that long distance trade led to, yet the trade is Indian Ocean trade. You are wrong. But you still have time. Be in position to read and understand the content. So the moment you write that it is long distance trade, yet it is Indian Ocean trade, you are wrong. And even in your body, we expect some words or the name of this trade to reflect there. So anywhere you write long distance trade, when it is Indian Ocean trade, you are off. So my request is sit down and revise.
Okay. Emma. Okay. Emma. Okay. Patricia.
Thank you once again. So, yeah, previously I'd asked about the application and you didn't actually reply or give the response about it. I just want to know, in a scenario like this one, according to how you are giving your points, like for example, if I say the trade may be led to cultural exchange and diversity, then you explain maybe during intermarriages between them, some new cultures were brought up, like eating something like that. So in your application, are you supposed to like bring something in the present, like, and even today these cultures are still existing, or you give an application like this led to introduction, okay, this maybe this promoted, okay, I don't know how to bring it out, but the two things, application. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Namata?
Marita.
Okay. Marita?
Aliko.
Teacher.
Yes, madam.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, teacher, like you're so fast. Literally, we know the points. Like we know that HK, that is fine. The most important parts we need, you're so fast. Like the application and end.
And
We're
the
literally
HT.
yeah, we are writing, but we're writing nothing because we don't.
Sorry. I thought that the. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, teacher.
I'm very much nice.
Okay. Benjamin King?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to talk about like what they talked about what I was going to say already about like we are writing but teachers somehow so fast. So I hope that can be handled.
Okay. Tufune Zoom. What do we do with Zoom?
Zoom user? Zoom user is going off.
Mobiru?
Mobiru?
Okay, teacher, good morning.
Good morning.
My question is on that part of stating the historical thinking when you're stating the point itself. How do you state it? Because that one disturbs me. Then also what is the maximum number of answers to write in history?
Got it. Okay, let me start with Mobiru Habib, I think.
Hello. So, teacher, you were saying something about taking sides.
About what?
Taking sides. In a scenario. Then you said if the question is not open or it is not directing you to a side, that choose for yourself one side. But usually, what we were doing was you answer both sides. Let's say you give 5 points on one, then you give 6 points on the other side. Then as you're concluding in your conclusion, you take a standpoint. So please highlight on that.
Okay. Okay, let me start with the Mubiru. Mubiru, the issue is don't go. You have to write more than 10 points. Don't go below 10. 10 should be your minimum. I think I've answered you. Now, one half na yoko. Like, I have to have a question here. Now, let us go back on the issue of HK and HT, then application. Members, we state the point in a full sentence. That one we have agreed. Now the HK, it is explanation. And we are giving the explanation. For example, we have that point of development of coastal towns. The HT has to be coastal towns like Mombasa, Sofara, were developed due to the coming of traders, because most of these towns were used as collecting centers for the trading items. That is the HT. Then we can have the application, and we say that even today, these towns are being used by traders to import and export East African goods. That is the application. Of our point, well, let's look at the introduction of new items. The Indian Ocean trade led to the introduction of new items. For example, bangles, okay, we are saying the introduction of new items, the trade led to the introduction of new items. For example, it has stated the HK, the trade led to the introduction of new items at the coast of East Africa, which led to the modern development. Full stop. That is the HK. Then the HT, we can say new items like bangles, mirrors were introduced at the cost of East Africa, which improved the living standards of the people at the cost. Then the HA, that is the application, can be these items are still being used by the people of East Africa. That one can be our HA. There is someone who asked that a question. What day you come? What day you come? There is someone who asked that when the question is two-sided, not even two-sided, but when it is showing that there was an argument, that you should give 5 points. You should give 5 points this side and 5 points. And 5 points the other side. The issue is, I think, that you have to take a side. In O-level members, we are not supposed to have an argument. This side, then you also take the other side. Currently, no. But the issue is trying to get an item that we can look at and we say, and we come up with the final issue. And we see how this can be solved. But the issue is you have been invited to prepare a presentation to use to sensitize people. So I have answered that person who was saying that you were told that you give 5 points this side, 5 points the other side, then at the end you give the standpoint. The issue is, let us be, we pick one side. We pick one side members. Bampe yoko kato. No, like. Oh.
Okay, we can have Rahim. Unmute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So my major concern was the number of points. We are supposed to answer 3 questions in the whole paper, whereby 2 of them usually have 2 parts, A and B, and one is a general overview. So that means if I have 2 questions, those are 4 tasks. Those are 10, 20, 30, those are 40 points.
40?
Yeah, those are 40 points plus the other 10 to make it 50. So what is the INEB standard, like the real number of points that they actually mark in a paper?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sarah? Sarah, you can ask.
Am I audible enough?
Increase.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. My question was in regards to the application. So in the application, are we supposed to give it in a way that relates it to that time, or we relate it back to the modern day time? For example, the application you've recently given us, where you are like, these items are still being used in East Africa, something like that. Is that the application I'm supposed to give, or I'm supposed to be like, and these items helped them, like relating it back to that time and not to the current time? What should we take?
Okay. Consequence name Sarah. Now Sarah and the others, we should mind about the tense of the scenario. If the tense is in the past, I need to unmute myself. That echo. Is it okay? I'm saying that you should look at the tense of the question, of the item. If the question is in the past, it means our application may change. If it is in the current situation, our application is changing. It is not true that it has to be static. The application I was giving you, it was matching with the item. Let us have an item here and we see. Don't know which no. Okay, let us have an item here. That item 2. It's item 2. In the effort to exploit Uganda's natural resources, is it going to work really? Okay, let me use item 3. Item 3, it is going to help me answer someone who said that they should take you should give 5 points this side and 5 points the other side. You know, we are starting on item 3. After independence, concerted efforts were put in place to solve the post-independence political, social, and economic challenges. Many non-government organizations and community-based organizations have come up to help solve these challenges. However, one of the governments in East Africa has threatened to expel these organizations from the country, accusing them of disturbing peace by aiding rebel activities, undermining the national laws, failure to respect constitution, and being part of the people, abusing human rights, and exploiting the country's resources. These government threats have caused panic in many areas of the said country, and the donor countries are threatening to cut off diplomatic relations and aid to that country if it expels these organizations. The politicians in this East African country have also joined the donor countries in condemning the action of the East African government on these organizations. The task is, with clear examples, why should you support the politicians or the action of the government? This question, it is an argument between the NGOs, CBOs, some citizens against the government of a given country in East Africa that was trying to chase some these organizations. Now, the first person who asked whether we should have some points written now supporting the politicians who are saying the NGOs should remain, and other people who are saying, for us, we are supporting the government, the NGOs should go. Members, you have to pick one side here. And you say, you can say, I strongly agree with politicians who are saying that the government should, that the NGOs and CBOs should remain. Then you can say, I strongly agree with East African, with the action of the government, that the NGOs should go. You take one side. You either support the politicians or you support the action of the government. So here, the side that you take, that is what you should write in your essay. So here we can come up with the societal problem as the need to educate the government. That is, to someone who has supported the politicians who are saying that the government should leave the NGOs to stay. So you can say, the need to sensitize the government on the values or the importance of non-government organizations and community-based organizations. To someone who is saying that the NGOs should go when you are in support of the government, you can state your problem as the need to sensitize the politicians on the dangers of non-government organizations and community-based organizations. That is the problem. Or those are the two problems identified, but you take one side. Then another thing, we identify the keywords here. The keywords, we have non-government organization, you define it. We have community-based organization, you define it. Both are supposed to stand on their own paragraphs. Then you can come down and also define government and then aid. You can also have another keyword as there is a word here, country, donor countries. They can be your key words. Then you come down and you write your standpoint. And your standpoint can be, I strongly agree with the politicians that the NGOs and CBOs should remain in that East African country because of the following views. I strongly agree with the government that NGOs and CBOs should leave this East African country because of the following views. Then, when it comes to the conclusion, okay, let us have one point as an example. When we are supporting NGOs to stay, we can say NGOs have promoted the education system in this East African country, that is our HK. Our HT NGOs have supported the education system in this East African country through giving scholastic materials like books, like furniture, in some schools in this East African country, which has promoted education in this country. The HA, hence, promoting the education standards and also the standards of living of these people in this East African country. Okay, we have said NGOs and CBOs, they have promoted the education in this East African country. That is the HK. Then the HT, the NGOs and CBOs, we can say they have supported the education system by providing textbooks, by providing furniture to different schools in this East African country, which has promoted the quality of education and also improving the people's standards of living in this East African country. We have the HT, we have the HK, and we also have the HA in that point. Another thing you should avoid, like in this point, in this scenario here, they have not identified the country. So, my dear students, don't give any example of an NGO over the CBOs because they have not identified any country. Because you may say, now, Plan International, how sure are you that they are talking about Uganda? How sure are you that they are talking about Kenya? The moment, if you are mentioning Plan International, is it in Kenya? Are you sure that it is in Tanzania? Are you sure that they are talking about Kenya? Are we together? Okay. Now, Mark, I have your question here. And you have ever done this question of this item 3, and the HA was the government should do, should expel. Now I've just told you that the question, the task is asking us to take one side. You either support the politicians, then you give those points, or the action of the government. Now for you, you supported the action of the government, that the government should expel, should send these people away from this East African country. I agree with you with your HA. So if you supported the action of the government, it's okay. But the task is why you should take one side. You either support the politicians or the action of the government. The action of the government is to expel, is to chase these NGOs and CBOs from this East African country. So for you, during this the time that you had this paper, you supported the government. So it's okay with your HA. Let me have an example of this. These people are supporting the government. We can say some NGOs, to those who are supporting the government, we can say that some NGOs, they have introduced bad cultures in this country. Our explanation can be that some NGOs and CBOs have continued introducing the foreign cultures which are against our East African cultures. For example, some NGOs are financing lesbianism and homosexuality, which has which is against the culture of this East African country. Therefore, the government should expel the NGOs and CBOs from this country. I think, Mark, I have answered you very well. So, this is the type of question that I wanted to show someone who was saying, until you give 5 points on this side, then you give 5 points on the other side. No, have one side. You write the points. And your conclusion can be, in conclusion, the NGOs have supported political, economic, and social activities in these East African countries positively, which have led to its development. That is, someone who has supported the politicians who are saying NGOs should stay. Now to someone who is supporting the government that they should go, you can say that the NGO, in conclusion, the NGOs and CBOs should leave this country because they have socially, politically, and economically, let's say, destroyed our country negatively, or they have negatively destroyed our country. That conclusion is also okay to someone who is against the stay of the NGOs in this country. What are you bampe yuko?
Okay, let's promise. Unmute.
And thank you, Peter. My question is, you're talking about taking a stand, but I'm inquiring. In cases of effects and influences, positive and negative. So which one do you take?
Sorry? Again.
That you don't try both sides. So if there's a question that's asking for, like, for example, if influence, do
Okay.
you give only positive? Do you choose to give only negative, or they have to be both?
Okay. What is your name?
Promise.
No, promise. Most of the items and the tasks, they guide us. If the question is just open, the task is just open, you mix. But if the task is asking for the negative, you give only the negative. And even your conclusion has to be negative. But if the task is asking for the positive, you give the positive. What I think, internally, when teachers are setting
Okay, the chain.
exams, sorry? It will careful.
Yes, teacher.
Promising. Were you asking
Yes,
again?
teacher.
Were you asking again?
Yeah, I was saying, when they ask for effects, like for example, they just say, let's say the students are wondering about the effects of maybe colonial rule. So do I give both the positive and the negative? Because it's open basically. So I give like 5 positive and 5 negative.
If you can separate the positive from negative, you separate them. But if you cannot, because there are some learners who cannot identify that this is a positive point, this is a negative point. So if you are not sure of whether this is a positive, this is a negative, you just write. But to someone who is sure that what I'm giving is positive, you give the positive. Then after you give the negative.
Thank you so much, teacher.
Welcome.
Okay. Mixon. I'm failing to get Mixon. Sabra. Sorry.
So me, the question is, like, if at all, first of all, if at all you have, there is part A and part B, do you write like problem statements and or the whole protocol for both, or you just do for, let's say part A, you do the problem statement and you leave the other one, and for both the parts, should you give 10 points? Then the other thing, when you're given like whatever, you said you have to choose a side. How do you how do you choose a side? You when you're defining your problem statement, do you be like, let's say the NGOs are harmful, so you'd be like the problem statement, can it be like what's it called? When you be like the NGOs are disrespecting the government, blah blah blah. Or you should just write the problem that is in that question, then here in your body you whatever take a side. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. Now, we identify the problem. That is when it is on part A, let's assume we identify the problem. Then let this be clear. I'm not saying that I'm the final person, but let me be clear to you. The changes which are still coming, they have not yet indicated that okay, indeed, they have not yet clearly stated that we should have two introductions. That is, having two societal problems. But the issue is like this. When you look at this item that is on the screen, item 2, it is talking about World War II. I may not read it. Let everyone read it there. Now, this item, how that war led to the independence of East African countries. The problem up here, we have to read the scenario. Between 1939 to 1945, the world was faced with the second major war. This involved different countries in the world, either fighting on the side of the Germans or the British. East African countries fought on the British side. To many historians, it is good this war broke out, because if it had not occurred, the region would perhaps still be under colonial rule. To them, the outbreak of this war enabled the people of East Africa to use different methods in order to fight for their independence, which was finally granted in the early 1960s. The arguments of these historians have left some people, especially the young, completely confused and doubting the truth in them. Some of these people have approached you for clear explanation to clear their doubts, and you have promised to help. Now, we are coming on the problem. We have said to many historians, the argument of these historians have left them, some people, especially the young, completely confused and doubting the truth in them. What are they arguing about? They are arguing that the outbreak of this world war enabled the people of East Africa to use different approaches, methods in order to fight for their independence, which was finally granted in the early 1960s. Now, we can come up with one problem to capture the two, A and B. The need for the younger for the young generation in East Africa to know how World War II led to the independence of East African countries and the methods that people of East Africa used to get independence. Am I communicating? I think I've said the need for the younger generation of East Africa to know how World War II led to the independence of East African countries and the methods the people of East Africa or the East Africans used to get their independence. we have captured two problems which we are supposed to solve here. Then before we come to our keywords, let me have some 2, 3 when you are matching with, when you are reacting on the problem identified on this item 2.
So place them in the chat. Identify those keywords and then place them in the chat.
Not keywords. I just want them to react on the problem I have identified only.
So yes, react in the chat on the problem being identified.
So the keywords here, we're having World War, and even, we're having 1939, 1945. That is the keyword. And how is it defined? We can say 1939, 1949, this was the period when World War II happened. Then I think we can also include Britain, and we define it as this was the country that colonized the East African countries. Someone may be confused there. Why are we leaving Germany? Why are we saying that Britain colonized the East African countries? You can all tell that after World War I, Germany was forced to surrender Tanganyika. Then Tanganyika was given to the League of Nations, and the League of Nations requested Britain to manage or to take over Tanganyika on behalf of the League of Nations. So that's why during World War II, all East African countries fought on the side of what? Britain, because Britain was now the what? Our colonial master. So,
the program assessment includes both the challenges part A and B. So it is one intro and one conclusion.
One intro. So someone is asking, we can have one introduction, as I've stated it, that is the strata problem. But, quote me very well, in the old curriculum, the teachers who are here, we were concluding only part B. But currently, we have not yet received any statement on this in the new curriculum. I request, there is no any penalty that is going to be put on us for concluding both parts. For us not to lose any marker there, let us try to conclude both. Let us try to conclude both, but we introduce one by having the two problems stated in one statement as we wait for more clarity. That is my humble request. So here we come up with how World War led to the independence of East Africa. Now, the first point there, it can be, it exposed the weakness or the weaknesses of the whites when they were in the battlefield. Or they exposed the weaknesses, the World War II exposed the weaknesses of the whites, which led to the independence of East African countries. That is the HK. Now the HT, it can be when East Africans went to fight on the side of Britain, they discovered that the whites would die. I'm looking for some simple words. Would die. Some whites were poor. Others were even beggars, which made the people of East Africa to think that the whites were depending on their resources. Are we together? Now the HA here, it is very easy because we are getting it from the task, which forced them to fight against the British, hence leading to their independence. I have said the World War II exposed the weaknesses of the whites, which led to the independence of East Africa. We have said that when the East Africans went to fight on the side of the whites, they discovered that whites would also die. Some whites were poor, and the Africans thought that these white countries were depending on the resources of the blacks. So when the East Africans came back, they decided to fight for their independence, or to fight against the whites, which led, or hence leading to their independence. So we are having two applications. As I told you, we are having the application that is talking about the today situation. Those are questions which are leading us to this current situation that we are living in. Like the other question we have seen about the Indian Ocean trade, they are asking us, how did the Indian Ocean trade lead to the development of the modern East Africa? Now that item or that task, we should give the HA that is having the current application. But with this item here, it is a historical item which is taking us back in that history. Like the way I told you that the moment you read the scenario, mind about its tense. The application is determined by the tense in the scenario, the tense of the task. The moment you discover that the tense in the scenario is the present tense, it means the HA will also drive you in a present way. If you look at the tense when it is in the past, we have to go back in the past. But the past tense is very easy for us to forge the HA, because we just use it, thus leading to this, hence leading to this, like this one. World War II helped Africans to develop military skills, which forced them to fight for their independence. then we can say East Africans, when they went to fight on the side of the British, they learned military skills. For example, driving tanks, operating guns, which skills were used by these people to fight the British or to fight against the British for their independence, hence leading to the independence of East African countries. Nsobola okufunayo some questions. Then when we look at part B, approaches used by the East Africans to get independence. We are having different approaches. For example, we can think of riots, but we state it in a full sentence, as I said, that the riots or riot, but it has to be riots, were used by East Africans to get their independence. Then full stop. Different people, we are handling now the HT. Different people in East Africa, or nationalists in East Africa, decided to stage riots to show the British that they were tired of their rule in East Africa, which helped them to do what? So now we are saying they used in East Africa, they used the riots. Then we explain the riots, but we state it as a full sentence. The people of East Africa used the boycott as an approach to demand for their independence. The people of East Africa refused to buy goods from the shops of the whites, refused to work on the farms of the whites as an indicator or as a statement to the whites to show them that they were demanding for their independence, which ended up leading to the East African independence. So the HA under there, it is with such questions, it is within the task. So don't bother yourself looking for so many words, what and what, but don't forget that I told you that any point to be fully considered as a point, it has to be with the HT, HK, and HA. But to some questions, to some items, which may include, there are some items which may not include HA indirectly. For example, any item that is talking about evolution of man, when you are to have the biblical theory, no reaction in the chat? Okay. The item that is talking about evolution of man. Remember, some of them it may be hard for us to come up with. Not even may be hard, but their HA, for example, the biblical theory, it will depend on the way you will answer that question. The biblical theory, the moment you tell me that according to the Bible, man was created by God. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, let's say to 30, you write it. You have already given the HA. Because you cannot say that even today, people are still talking about God, how he created the man. No, you have directed me. You have given me the verses to read. So that is the HA already given to me, or already given to the examiner. Are you together? Then even when it comes to the traditional theories, if the task is not asking you to break it down these traditional theories on the issue of evolution of man, don't break them down. You can say the traditional theory is also describing the evolution of man, full stop. According to the Baganda, for them, they believe that they came from Chintu and Nambi. Then you show us Nambi was a daughter to Guru, then what and what. Then, if you want to give another statement on traditional theory, you can mention that the Chikuyu, but in the same paragraph. That is, if the task is general, asking for the theories about the evolution of man. But if the task is specifically focusing on the traditional theory, now you have to break down. You show the theory on the Baganda, you show the theory on the Chikuyu, you talk about the Bagisu and the others. Each tribe in its own paragraph. Then when it is talking about the religious theory, then we also give the breakdown. On the biblical theory, then we come on the Quranic theory. But let me hope that it will be general, where we are supposed to have one paragraph on each biblical religious theory. We talk about the biblical, the Quran. Then we go down, we talk about the scientific, then we talk about the traditional theory. How do you phrase a point on mass media? Mass media we can say East Africans came up with media platforms, for example, newspapers. The newspapers, the best example here is Muno, which published stories that were against, HK, but so the HK on mass media is the East Africans or the nationalists came up with media platforms, for example, newspapers like Mono, which was an approach used by East Africans to get their independence. Full stop. The HT, mass media platforms which were created like Mono published stories which were against the colonial activities. And these stories, which were read by different Africans, motivated them and they started supporting the struggle for independence. Hence, leading to East African independence. Let me hope that I've answered you. Any other question?
Answer unmute. Answer unmute.
Yeah.
Answer unmute.
Okay. Now, members, the paper has what we call factual questions.
Sir, my question was, like in my mocks, our first number item 1 was asking about evolution. And then they were comparing different stuff like legends, history, that stuff of sources of history, and then evolution of man using Darwin's law. So they wanted us to help the man understand. Wanted us to help the man understand and also stop the confusion between him. But we didn't know how to answer. So how can I give the answer to that question?
First part was on the theory of man.
Yeah.
Another part was on sources of history.
No, it was the scenario described for us everything, sources of history, and also the other parts of the Bible, and then also legends, this stuff of culture and everything. But then after that, it also explained about Darwin's theory. Then it told us to help the man stop the confusion. So what can you give as the answer?
Which mock was that?
If it's not Ashu Uncle, it was Jeb.
It was Jeb. That one not Jeb. Prepare your views, which will help clear the misunderstandings in the scenario. Is it the one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to answer you. Now, I've been telling you that there are some factual questions, tasks, items which are asking for facts. We are going to face these items mainly in section B. can be item 3. For example, the item that is asking for constitutionalism in Uganda. Okay. Senior 3 content. We can say that it is asking for facts. You have been asked about the rights, human rights. Don't deceive. That's why I'm asking you, I'm requesting you that as you are still having time, revise and understand the things. Factual questions, they don't deceive. They are asking for the contributions of Nkwame, of Julius Nyerere, and now you give other things, you will be off and you will not score there. So my request is questions that are factual, let us read and understand them. An item about a scenario, about a theory, evolution of man, it is asking for facts. And with that item, we have to read it because it is among the compulsory subjects, the items. Another thing, members, we have to understand the element of construct. Why? It's because, let's say, element of construct 1, you have to know the topics which are there. Reason is, and the item task 1 can be talking about evolution of man. Then task B can be talking about migration. That's why there is a colleague who asked a question that when I'm identifying the problem, is it possible for me to even identify the chapter? And my response was, it will help you in the scenario, but on the paper, don't identify the chapter. So we should make sure that we know all topics which are under these elements. And you get to know that now, this question, if I'm confused, which topics are there, it will help you to easily come up with the right information. So we should be in position to know all the topics. Now, I'm seeing the scenario here in this book, The Origin of Species. Charles Robert Darwin tries to explain the beginning and evolution of life of plants, animals, birds, and humans in particular. Many modern people have accepted his view, claiming that he surely has supporting evidence. However, many religious people around the world do not agree with the findings. Even the different people have traveled around the globe on tour trade expeditions, come back and give different accounts on how especially humans came to exist. Others based on the different migrations that took place, especially in Africa, and give very different accounts about the origin of humans. To the traditional Africans who are rooted in culture, the existence of species is narrated so differently. Now, a serious debate has emerged in one region of Uganda between religious and scientists, where the former are seriously opposing the latter, causing more confusion, especially among the youth, as many are not sure of which side is right. And the scientists have even made it worse by opposing all other different views. Now, a public debate has been organized to help address the issue, and you have been selected to share your opinion. In an essay, prepare your views, which will help clear the misunderstandings in the scenario. Now here, we're having two arguments. And the two arguments, the scientists are quarreling with the religious people. That for us, man was created by God. For us, we are going with the Darwinism theory. Now, they are asking you to clear the misunderstandings. The misunderstandings are there. And the issue is, the task was asking us to come up with the two sides. We give the religious theory and the scientific theory. So the confusion which our girl was getting was, I think, on which side to take. But they have asked you to clear the confusion. You cannot clear the confusion with one side, no. Because let's go let us have an example. You are saying, Uganda is the best team in football. Another one is saying Kenya is the best team in football. Now you are quarreling. And they are telling you to clear the confusion. You cannot convince the other one without evidence from Uganda and also without evidence from Kenya. You have to tell him Ugandans are talented, that's why so and so is playing from Premier League. But for you, the Kenyans, your best player is playing from let's say Egypt. So you give evidence from both sides. And the conclusion, internet is unstable. Internet is unstable. So now here we are saying that the conclusion you had to take no. But the conclusion would have been that in conclusion, both theories are talking about the evolution of man, or how man came into existence. And it is a debatable matter. We cannot draw a conclusion that in conclusion, me, Patricia, I'm Congo sure man was created by God. Because you will receive a traditionalist who is saying, for me, I agree that I came from Chintu because Chintu was black and I'm black. But Jesus, the son to God, was brown. Now, why did he discriminate me to that extent of me becoming black? That one is also there. ndabayiwa n'omukono simanyi oba tubawe mukono oba tubawe ki.
Start with this Infinix. Infinix, unmute. Okay. Jonathan, unmute.
Okay. Good afternoon. My question is on developing the HK, the HU, the HT, and the HA on scientific theory and religious theory. You just explain the theory as a whole in one paragraph, or you keep on breaking it down? That is my question, sir.
Okay.
Jonathan?
Oh, that's good, Maditija.
Hey. Fresh? Ready me?
My question is, hello, about the evolution of man. About the evolution of man. You said there is no HK for such items, but there is an item they gave us. It was asking us for the reasons why they should believe in the scientific theory of evolution of man. And our HK that you told us we should relate to the scenario. For example, after saying first, one point was because it clearly gives the evidence for the evolution. Then HA, you give the HT. Then for the HA, you say, therefore, due to this, they should believe in the evolution of man. Yeah, that was the question. Then another one is for that question of Jabe. When we did the Jabe, they told us that we should give the points that help clear the misunderstanding. For example, saying that they should the misunderstandings could be cleared by clearly explaining the theory to both the groups, giving points like that, not explaining the theory. So that was my confusion.
Which points were you giving?
The first one, if I'm to remember, like sensitizing them on both theories and showing them that both theories are encouraging coexistence of the theories. That was one of the points. So I stayed confused.
Okay.
Excuse me, teacher. My question is about the tense. So you talked about the tense affecting the whole essay. The question is, do you mean that the point should be in the tense of the scenario, or it should just be the HK? And also, is the conclusion affected by the tense? Yeah, that's my question.
Excuse me, teacher.
A moment. Let me answer fresh and I also answer the other person. Now, the tense is affecting the essay and the point. So we should mind about it seriously. Because let's assume you are answering a question on long distance trade, how it contributed to the development of East Africa. Now the point which was given to you was African chiefs developed wealthy or became rich. And you say that the East African chiefs are developed or gathered money and the other developmental materials like guns, which were used in the extension and expansion of their societies or territories. And you stop there. The HA can be that the extension of these boundaries, it is still, sorry. The extension and the expansion of these boundaries, it helped them to gather, let's say, revenue, what and what. You will end up confusing yourself there. But when you say that the African chiefs built or got wealthy from the long distance trade, which helped them to expand and extend their territories. For example, Buganda or the Baganda used the gun or the guns they got from long distance trade to expand their kingdom. And it is still standing the way, and it is still standing on that side or on that size. That is the explanation when it comes to that. But there are some questions where you are going to be forced to maintain the tense right from the stating of the point up to the HA. For example, some work which we have studied in senior 4, world interaction with the rest of the world. You are giving a lesson to the government of East Africa on how to reach the levels of what? Of Singapore, of North Korea. And you say the government should fight corruption. Your explanation should move in that area of the present tense. Simanyo, I have answered fresh very well. And another person who was, I don't remember the other person. So there is a girl there who was asking for something.
Yeah, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, my question.
We are getting you.
Yeah, sir, my question is about the HK that you told us that we should state the HK in full sentence, right?
Yes.
And now, like you gave us the reason as being that you like we should make our points like kind of the paragraph should be kind of sensible, like in like its volume, eh? But then there are some of us who write, may I have a problem of the big paragraphs, like I make large ones. So is it right for me to just state my point and just leave it there? Like then I go on to the HT explanation.
No. Let it be a full sentence. You should mind about the speed. You should mind about your speed.
So I have another question. It's about the conclusion. Like after writing your conclusion, like you've given the conclusion, is it that you're supposed to state some of the points you've been giving? Like you list them in your conclusion as you're putting commas, then you put a concluding statement still.
No.
Because we were told that if you don't do it, you don't get any mark. That's what we were told.
We can have a general conclusion, eh?
Yeah.
It will depend on the way you can phrase it. If the task is general, it can have social, political, and economic. In conclusion, the trade affected the people of East Africa economically, socially, and politically. Then If the item is asking for positive, we can also conclude like that. In conclusion, the trade, or in conclusion, the NGOs have helped Africans positively in their development, socially, economically, and politically. Is it okay?
All right. Yeah. So, sir, about this scenario that you've been handling right now, just you told us that we're supposed to give to compare. It's almost like comparing both of the sides, like by when you're even giving the evidence. Now, sir, can you help me and give us one point, like at least to see like the way we can be able to phrase the points, because I'm lost on that. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Let us have another person here. This is Victoria.
Good afternoon, sir. My inquiry was about origin of man. Usually our teacher told us that when they ask us about such questions, we should just give theories, but then as many as possible. So I don't know whether you have to give an HA and an HT, because usually I've been writing the whole story and that's all. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, let me answer Victoria. Then there's also another gentleman who was having almost the same thing. Now, when it comes to evolution of man, I don't know. Victoria said you give very many theories as possible, but there are three. We're having scientific, religious, and traditional theory. So I think the teacher was telling you to break down the traditional theory. I think he gave you very many theories from different societies. Then when it comes to religious, you talk about the biblical, you talk about the Quran, you can even bring in the Hindu, then and others. Your explanation, let's say you are talking about the religious theory and you have mentioned the biblical. The moment you mention the verses, you have given the HT, you have given the HK. Because the moment you say, according to the Bible, Genesis chapter 1, verse this and this, then you explain. That explanation, it is not coming from you. We expect you to know those verses. You just state them. That will be your content. Then the HA. The HA is determined by the question. Like the question which the other guy told us. You can say hence leading to evolution of man. Are we together? But it will depend on the scenario and the task when it comes to evolution of what? Man. What I was stopping you from doing on the issue of evolution of man is to come up with your own HA and you start saying, like, even today, I'm seeing some people are resembling monkeys. So I agree with the scientific theory. So the HA can be there depending on the question. But even if you don't give the sorry, not that, but you have to read the scenario and you understand it. If it is leaving you when the answers are open, the HA will be there. Because the moment you tell me, according to the Bible, it means the Bible is already your HA. Point taken, I think. Let me have Yachira. Is it Yachira? Yachira, are you on? Luth. Okay, let us have Karen. Luth.
Hello?
Teacher,
Luth.
Yes, for me, sir, I'm asking. Sometimes you find that you have a question which has two parts, eh? So you said that you are supposed to answer like we give at least 10 points. Now you mean that every part we will give 10 points over on each we will give over 5 and above. Then another question, it's on application. We want to know how do we apply, like give us an example, how are we applying? Thank you.
Thank you. Are we giving 10 points on each? Members, let us not go below 10 on each part. That's why I told you need 2 minutes and some 3 or 2 seconds to write every point. The reason is you are not sure whether all the points you have given, the 10 are right or the 6 are right. That's why you are requested to give such that many as you can, such that the scholar can pick what is right. There you'll be on a safe side. How do you see when you give 6 thinking that they are all right and you find that 2 are right, 4 are false? Will you pass? No. Chosen.
Yes. Teacher. My question was my question. My question. My question is about the problem. Yes. So, teacher, my question is about the problem. So, when we are stating the problem, is it a must for us to always start with the problem in the scenario is, or we can just say the above people are being mistreated, or maybe the person there does not know how man came into existence, therefore I need to explain to him how man came into existence. Yeah, that was my question.
I ask.
Okay. Someone has pushed us back where we started from. Should we identify the problem? And if I don't do it, the problem has to be identified. It is like you approaching a girl and you just buy for her things without mentioning any statement. She will eat them, but you will not get the answer. So the issue is the statement that is showing a scholar that this learner is serious is to have the problem identified. We can identify it as the need to sensitize, as the need to educate, failure for a certain group to understand it should be like that. So it has to be stated. The problem is it can be found in the scenario, it can be found in the task. So have time and you go through different items and you see how you can identify these tasks. How can we? There is someone who asked me on this question 1. Like how can you come up with an answer? The issue is you prepare your view by giving evidence on every theory. You give evidence by writing these theories. You state them. Are we together? You state them. The biblical theory, you write about it. Because I may agree or disagree with someone who has told me that you state and say through sensitizing. To sensitize is to teach. So you are going to teach me how God created the man. And then you also sensitize me on how the scientific theory is working. Then from there, we are going to have another point as from sensitization, you can even I've lost some words because of that. But my issue is you had to present the two theories there such that someone can read them and understand them, and that person had to come up with his or her own conclusion. Like, let me give a fun example. You a girl, you are being dated by 2 boys. So it is you to sit down and analyze the 2 boys. Then you see the person you can go with. This is what the question wanted. That is task 1, chip. Gochesogedeko yala kumaliriza kabaye kutunula mu mugundi yake. Okay, as we are finalizing, ladies and gentlemen, I'm encouraging you people not to mind about the way how the tasks are stated. For example, we have tasks which are saying write an essay, have a write-up, write a speech, write an article, or write a document. Members, don't get confused and you start writing an English essay. The issue is we still continue writing in paragraphs. These issues of writing an essay, it is just a confusion. Just techina makuru, it has no sense. But don't forget that you are answering history. We remain paragraphing our what? Our work. So these issues, write an article. No, don't bring the English knowledge. We remain writing what? These points in paragraphs. Another thing, I've told you that anything concerning with any argument, take a side. You either support or you disagree. And in your opening statement, you have to show your side. I strongly agree or I strongly disagree. Then you write. That will be your opening statement after the problem identification and even identifying the keywords. Then another thing, you have to make sure that you have numbered your work very well. Numbering your work, it doesn't mean changing the way how items are numbered in the question paper. You are free to start with the section B, you are free to start with the section A. In section A, you are free to start with item 2, you are free to start with item 1. As long as you have indicated that this is item 4, section B. But some of you have a tendency, if you have answered item 4 as your item, as your first choice, you number it as item 1. Members, you will get 0 because the scholar will think that he or she is marking item 1 on the question paper. So if you have decided to start with the section B, number that item the way it is numbered on the question paper. There is no any penalty. And you should always start with your cheapest question, the item that you understand, the item that you can write and exhaust, the item where you expect good scores, but don't waste a lot of time on it. Because you may write, and at the end, you are caught with time. So if you have started with item 4 as your first choice, let it be numbered as item 4. If you have started with item 3 as your first choice, let it be numbered as item 3. Beautiful. You will score very well. Another thing, those who have been asking how many points should I give, the issue is you are not the scholar. Just look for ways of raising many points as you can. As long as you don't write 15. No. You can write maximum. You can have 10. 10. So let us plan for 10, all of us who are here. But the moment you write 5, you are not sure of them, you will get one right. and then you will fail. Don't be Jesus. And for you say, what I've done is right. No. Make sure that you raise 10 and then the examiner will mark all of them right, or he will mark the 6 when they are right, you will pass. Let us learn how to include HK, HT, and HA. We should start practicing them. I've told you that the HK will state the point in a full sentence depending on the task. The HT will explain depending on the task, meaning the tense. The HA is also determined by the tense in the scenario. We can also review and say, I've told you that it is not true that all topics, they require the HK, HT, and HA. For example, origin of man. For example, the structure of Uganda's government. Such items, no. Don't force yourself fixing all the 3. Ask your teachers, they will show you how best you can do it. I've even told you that we have factual questions. Those questions, you cannot say Uganda is found in America. Everyone can tell that Uganda is a member of East Africa. We ignore abbreviations. For example, East African Community, you write ESC. You write it when you have already written it somewhere in full, the East African Community. Avoid skipping lines every after point. Avoid skipping lines. Our points are determined by paragraphs. Which paragraphs? I told you we use indented paragraphs. Sorry? Which title? The example of the paragraphs we are talking about, those are the ones on the what? On the screen. You leave a space on the margin. Someone who is asking, are the titles? Hey, okay. The titles, I think, if I'm not caught off guard, some of you have a tendency. The body, when you are starting the body, you write a very big heading. The contributions of cultural leaders. Neda, that thing is not needed. Because I've told you, you have to be with an opening statement. The following are the contributions of cultural leaders towards the development of, let's say, Uganda. I strongly agree with the government that NGOs should be chased from our country due to the following points below. Those are the opening statements. We don't need headings on the question paper, on the answer booklet. On the face of the paper, members, remember to indicate the questions you have attempted and in their right order. I think splitting. Bulleting not allowed. That's why there is this sample I've given you. Those issues of putting stars on every point, that is not history. Putting stars, putting arrows to show someone that this is my point, no, not allowed. We are just using these paragraphs which I have put on the screen. What is it confusing? What is it?
Give honestly people. Just ask.
What if you put problem identification on each part? If you have time, if you put problem identification on each part, what if? Such a mark. Okay. When you have time, just look for ways of phrasing those two tasks into one problem you state. But I said with the conclusions, I'm not sure whether we are concluding on one or two, but we should, for the sake of saving our mark, I request you do what? You conclude on both. But introduction, let us introduce on one. Teacher, for the issue of time, what if I just give 5 points for each part? Because me, I'm always caught up with time. Will I get maximum scores? Cynthia, I request, I don't know if you are enjoying your holiday, but if possible, start practicing and you see how many minutes you can use. You time yourself and you see how many minutes do you need to write a full point. Pardon. I think this message came at 11. Nizokuwa na musolo vizuri.
Yes, no. They connect the people or not as some.
So we are getting a chance to honor 3 people to ask. The first one, Karen.
Teacher, I don't know if you already answered a question about like the introduction part, because we were told in the introduction you have to involve the what topic chapter somewhere and explain it, something like that. And is it necessary for both parts in case the question has 2 parts, A and B? Should we put
should involve what?
Like the chapter or topic that is portrayed in the scenario? They say that we should put it also in our introduction. And is it a must to write the introduction for both parts, A and B?
I've said no. Let us have one introduction. Then another thing, issues of chapters. They are helping you to understand those chapters very well. Why? It's because we are seeing some scenarios, they confuse learners. And what they have introduced of answering A and B, a learner is supposed to have now in her head or in his head the different topics under certain element of construction. So you are supposed to be knowing the elements of construction. In element 1, what is there? In element 2, what is there? So the issue is be knowing them, but stating them there, let it be optional.
Okay,
Let it
thank
be
you.
optional. But you should be knowing them. That under element of construction 1, there is finding about our past, origin of man, and blah, 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 blah. Also another thing, we're having some areas which are almost giving us similar answers. Issues on historical sites, issues on handicraft, their values. We are almost having similar answers. And even the body, the HK and the HA, the HA can be determined by the question, but when you ask the contribution of a certain, let's say, handicraft, when you ask the historical sites, you can have similar answers there.
Thank you, teacher.
We are going to have another one. Okay. Walker. Hope Walker is a boy.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity, teacher. When you are
Walker, come again.
Teacher, when you are explaining, you talked about the tense. Then you are talking about it was it in section B, where you talked about international interactions. Then you talked about that the tense must be maintained. Yeah. First, elaborate more about the tense.
Walker, the tense is cutting across section A, section B. Why are we focusing on the tense? It's because most of us will be knowing that history is always in the past. But you may find that some scenarios are in the present tense and they are demanding for the present, the answers answered in present tense. So when you receive the question paper, make sure that you read the scenario, you understand it very well. You know that tense. The tense, it can be past, it can be present, it can be any tense, and it is the one that will determine even your HA and even the presentation of your essay. You have asked on interaction with the rest of the world. Most is near for content. They are in present tense. We are just most of them.
Yes, go on, Bakulumpaji.
Sir, thanks for this opportunity. My question is on the answering for the origin of man. I heard that it's between description between traditional, religious, and other ways. Yeah? But how can I get my points, because I'm seeing it difficult, because I thought that that section is that area they just ask between sources of history, but I've found a new area, and it's making me difficult to understand.
Thank you, Bakulumpaji. Now, my advice to all of you people, if you have time, go back and get the textbooks. Textbooks, not pamphlets. Each Kasabu topic you see, there is a question that can be got from there. When we go back to senior 1, understanding our past, about our past, there is a small Kasabu heading which is talking about camps, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember your teachers might have given you examples of a chisakate. That thing can come as an item. So don't look at anything and you say, this one is very simple. How can someone ask, why do we study history? My dear, we have seen those items in mock papers. They are there. So with the lower curriculum, when I was starting this session, I told you items are got from page 1 of senior 1 up to the last page in senior 4. That is if you have covered the syllabus. You have asked about origin of man. Remember, as origin of man, I have said, if the task is not asking you to break it down, how different societies talk about their origin, the origin of man, let's say the Baganda, the Chikuyu, the Bagisu, don't break. You just give according to the traditional theory. Man, the origin of man is described in different ways. For example, the Baganda, they believe that their origin is from Chintu and Nambi. Then you talk little about it. In the same paragraph, that is, if the question is general, you can also bring in the Chikuyu, how they talk about the origin of man. If the question is general, you still talk about the scientific theory. Don't break it down. But if the question has come asking for the scientific theory only, that is when you are supposed to break it down. If the question has come asking for traditional theory, that is when you are supposed to break down. My request is, let us read and understand. That number, that item of origin of man, I know it is one of the hardest. Origin of man and the culture. Let us read it. It is in section A, which section A is compulsory. When it has come, we have to face it, Chimafia, and we answer it. So we revise it. Bampe.
Okay, let's balance. Mary.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
My the problem, like for example, you say the problem, the scenario is like maybe failure of the community leaders. So you have to personalize it, a must or not. Then secondly, what if they give you a scenario and it has 2 parts? Let me say it has 2 paragraphs, and the first paragraph is talking about migration. The second paragraph is talking about, let me say, origin of man, and part A wants origin of man, part B wants migration. So these two give different problems because they are different, of course. Thank you. That's it, sir.
Okay. That thing. We have the paper. I do paper that thing. I see to kill them when I go in. Okay, your teacher told you have to personalize the what? You have to personalize the problem. I think he was telling you to personalize that standpoint. So we generate a title. So we are saying, let me use this as an example. We are saying a problem is stated, the need to sensitize the ignorance, the failure. Don't see any way you can personalize it, but you can personalize the standpoint, the opening statement. After identifying the problem, after identifying the keywords, then you personalize what? Personalize the opening statement. That you don't even mention the CC. I strongly agree over ABCD. And another thing, members, don't include the name of your school anywhere in that paper. In your answer booklet, don't mention your school. That will be malpractice. Don't mention. Because when it is landed on, someone may use it as something against your school. So don't mention it. So my dear, you have been asking whether we can have one problem identified to cater for both A and B. Now when you look at that task the item I've put on your screen, there is a need for the newcomers in the community, why they should respect each other's culture. We can read the scenario. The local leaders have called for a meeting involving all community members to explain the original settlers why there is a need. They need newcomers, and also to ask both groups to respect each other's culture. Use time and you come up with the problem. When you read that statement, the need to sensitize the local, the need to sensitize the community on the newcomers, and also to ask them respect each other's culture. That can be the societal problem identified. And you are seeing it has combined both A and what? And B. So that one can be working for you.
Okay. Polycarp.
Thank you. Well, my question was just about like in the first point you talked about taking a side. Then on the other side, talked of items of the effect. Yeah, you write both the positive and the negative. So how best can you conclude? Yet you've already taken a side. That's all. So have you got me, sir? Oh, should I repeat? No, sir. This again the answer. Just stay quiet. But have you had a question, right?
Yeah.
Then how is the guy quiet?
Have you written?
Yeah. I've removed. I've unmuted. Now I'm waiting for the guy to answer.
I came to talk.
Ah.
Why did you mute?
What? I'm not yet muted. You can come and say.
Unmute. Okay. Ivan Shepherd.
My question was about when writing a point, remember it has those three sections, HT, HK, and HA. We sometimes fail to join them. So I'm asking, is it a must that it should always be one sentence, or you can have breaks in the middle? And the other thing, I've always, from our teachers, they tell us that among those three sections, there's always one that affects more of the of the marks that the scores that you get. So I was inquiring which is that. Yes, that's all.
Ivan, what was the second question?
Among the HT, HK, and HA, there is always one that affects more the final score. So I was inquiring which one it is, just as a reminder. That's it.
No. Wowe nadi ne muties. Nadi ne muties wano. Ayaya. Kansubiza nti bannaye obwedda mbaddamu. Okay. I've been saying that bannaye I answered the other guy. And there is a girl who asked me how to join one task. Sorry, the item, the problem. I don't know whether I answered you, Bambi. I've just looked on my screen when I had muted myself. Oh, but sorry. Let me hope that I've answered you. Let me answer this person who has said that the HKHT and the HA, there is one that can make your point not okay. I can accept the HA, the application. Your point has to be fine. I've been giving an example of a beautiful girl, but when her makeup is not okay, for us, we shall see that you are beautiful, but the makeup has made you to look like any other creature which you can tell. So the moment you don't make all the three, HK, HT, and HA match, it means you are beautiful, but the makeup is not matching on you. So you have also asked how to join. I think you are using conjunctions. That is English. But we can make the point look nice. When you state the HK alone, you put a full stop in a full sentence. Then from there, we have the HT. You explain. After explaining, that is where you can join HT and HA. But the moment you say, uh, Population increase in the cradleland of the Bantu forced them to leave their homeland to East Africa. Full stop. Then you apply your you write your HT and you say the population which increased in their homeland led to land shortage. And these people started developing conflicts over land. And some decided to leave their homeland to East Africa. Hence, their migration. That is the HA. Hence, their migration, it is the HA, depending on the question, on the task. So, that is the thing. I'm giving an opportunity. I'm seeing only 80 hands. If we can clear those ones, we call it a day.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Flo.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yes.
I would like to ask about in Wakisha mock papers which we did. There were scenarios which were in a letter form when they need to be responded while writing a letter. Now, how could you respond or write it? Because you have to put the address of the school, then you have to write the introduction and then the points to state, and then you have to conclude by writing uh, to yours faithfully and your name you sign. How do you write that thing?
Oh, what is your name?
Aslam.
Ashraf.
Aslam.
Aslam. Okay. Now, oh, sorry. I've already informed these people that these tasks which are telling us write an educational letter, write a letter to the youth, they are just confusing you. In history, we don't write letters. You just introduce, you go straight, you state the problem, you identify the keywords and you define them. You have the opening statement. Because I'm seeing this workshop paper, the thing was explaining the significance of these trade links. Then you say the following are the significance of these trade links of that time to the society today. Are we together?
Yes.
Then from there,
Then you start listing the points.
You start writing the points. Those issues of telling you write an article, write a document, write a letter, write what, they're just confusing you. We just write points the way they were given to us in our books.
Books.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Hey. There is a flow here. Flow. I started with you, but I don't know which question you're having. Flow? Flow, please, can you talk? Kama Grace. Power. Patricia.
Thank you, sir. So my question is similar to someone who asked her question. I don't know if she got the response to it, but I didn't. So when you're having a task, like the part A and B are different, are you going to introduce for part A and also part B? Like now, the Hoima Diocese Examination Board, their item 1, like part A was asking for factors, then part B is asking for how the trade was organized, like it was about trade. So,
Patricia.
Yes?
You visit your screen and you see the question I have put there, the item.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
I think this is the question you are asking about. The example, the category.
They need newcomers. Why would they respect? Yes.
So now I'm saying that we can come up with one societal problem, and we say that the need to sensitize the community members or the original settlers why there is a need for newcomers to do what? For newcomers to settle in our area, and also the need to respect each other's culture.
So those are like, that is still, should I put all that in part A? Like
In part
introduce
A.
once. Yeah, introduce once.
Yes, you
For
introduce
both
once.
parts.
Yes.
Another thing, someone asked earlier on that when you're given a task and you're told to get, is it effects? Then you have to, you have chosen a side, either maybe positive or negative. Person was all like, how best will you conclude? And
You go with the side you have picked. In conclusion, what and what has negatively affected the bra. In conclusion, what and what has positively affected the
So now if the task is demanding for effects, like it has not specified either positive or negative, and it has demanded for effects. So like, am I supposed to give all the positive and negative effects? Then I conclude basing on both positive and negative.
Your conclusion can be, let's say, the community has been affected positively and negatively, because you have to give positive and negative. But if you cannot identify that this is a positive effect, you just write gafla. Do you know gafla? You just mix up. But if you can identify, you can say, let me put down 5 positive effects, then I put down 5 negative effects. But if you are not sure of the positive and negative when the item is asking for all, just write. Even someone who is not sure of positive or negative, Ninga, the question is asking for positive or where you are supposed to take a side, you write what you know. Where you have mixed up positive and negative, the examiner will pick the positive as long as the opening statement is showing that you are answering positive or you are answering negative.
Understood. Okay, so finally, when you're attempting a task of evolution of man. Yes, so okay, according to, I have some paper. It's like a seminar paper. So according to that item, there were some learners who had gone for a tour, let me say. But okay, they're actually looking for the origin, something of man. But then they encountered a chimpanzee which just appeared. Yes, yeah. So the giant creature had the resemblance like that of a man. So that left the villagers confused. And so now they're telling us, like, write an essay clearing the confusion among the villagers. So according to this scenario, like, are we supposed to, okay, yes, you're giving is it evolution of man, something like that. So are we supposed to explain like every step, the things of
it is a scientific theory.
Yes.
It is a scientific theory where you're supposed to explain every step because it is demanding for only one theory.
They'll have to give everything.
Under the scientific theory, that is what I've told you, that if the item is asking on the traditional theory, you break down those societies. Each you paragraph it. So even here, you give those steps.
Understood.
Yes.
Allow
me to stop here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Is there anyone who has work good?
So thank you.
And naye kwogerayo wano gwonoonya kambe kunoonya kono comment nyinza okuba nina munayo.
Okay, Infinix. Oh.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. My question is, there is this scenario in section B where they require us to give the lessons Uganda can learn from Singapore. Should I start with what Singapore did as my HK, or I start that Uganda should learn to invest in industries? Then there is this idea, Singapore invested in industries. Which one is better?
Uganda should fight corruption. Uganda should, I'm giving you points.
Okay.
Uganda should encourage vocational education. So then you explain. So I'm going with your second, is it second? Where you say, no, the first one. Uganda should, are we together?
Okay, sir. Then what will be my...
What will be what?
My HA.
Your HA.
Yes.
Let's assume we are talking about vocational skills, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Your HA will be, Uganda will be in position to produce job creators, but not job what? Seekers. Or this will help people to be in position to produce different quality items, hence promoting the economy of the country.
I understand.
There is someone who asked here, okay, I'm closing. There's someone who asked here whether we can underline the problem identified. You don't have time. That is what I can tell you. And underlining you don't get any mark. You are just beautifying something which is beautiful already. So those issues of underlining not allowed in history. So
Okay, thank you, teacher, for the opportunity.
Abuzi.
Doreen.
My question is, like, if you're given a scenario, it's talking about the current trade and the long-term trade, and it is telling you to compare. Do you give the differences or the similarities?
Comparing what and what?
Okay, like the current trade and the long-term trade.
I've not yet landed on such a question, but it depends. If they are asking you to compare,
Do
you
I
have
give
to
the
compare. If the item is asking you to compare, then you have to compare. You look at the commodities currently we are dealing in and the commodities which were being handled by those people during the long distance trade. You look at the means of transport, mode of communication. You look at the medium of exchange, the transport means like that. If you were to compare, then the similarities, of course, this current situation has traders. Even those years, traders were there. But I've never landed on such a question. But if it has come, that is the way it should be answered. Okay.
Good afternoon, teacher.
Yes, good afternoon.
Teacher, my question is about indirect and direct trade plus neocolonialism, whereby the question comes and says this company is under the whites introduced it, then they gave it to the Ugandans, something like that. Now you see it is under neocolonialism, and at the same time it is under indirect and direct rule. So how do you know that this is under the
Okay. Indirect rule, it is administration. Have you given me another person or she's still the one? No. Let me have this one. Now, indirect and direct rule, it is administration. So if the scenario is having that element of administration, just know that you are answering either direct or indirect rule. But if it is just talking about people adopting the new trade items, the new company, but without administration, now you are dealing with neo-colonialism. It would have been better Nondaga question.
Shadrach? Okay.
Scenario and they give you part A and part B. I'm inquiring on the conclusion that you give conclusion all of it all parts and for each.
Shadrach, your network is not okay.
So my question was, if I was saying maybe I writing too. Yes.
How do you see if you type it very fast?
That's it.
Again, I go get on. Shadrach, if you can type that thing very fast, we can be in touch. But I thank you for attending to this lesson. I know we can sit down and discuss these different items which have been given to us by our teachers. Anyone that is ready to pass has to have trust in that teacher. So I request we revise senior 1 work, senior 2 work. That is where we shall have the compulsory numbers. Then senior 4, we revise it wholeheartedly. Senior 3, it is a factual area. No deceiving, no what. So you answer senior 3 content when you are 100% sober. And I encourage you to read that work. Anioyo. Ajisaba musomesa. 0704, those who are asking for my contact. It is 0704 14 9169. 0704 14 9169. Don't call me beyond 8 p.m. With other time, I'm okay. Do they need to know my name? But they know it. It is already there. I'm Kawunde Paul. Yes, I teach at Kennedy SS Center. Thank you for attending to my lesson. I wish you the best success. When I'm given an opportunity again, we shall be in touch to analyze issues. Maria's hand is up.
Yes.
I want to.
She wants to pray. Okay, Maria, you pray for us. Yes, thank you so much, Teacher Paul, for the wonderful session. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. after lunch, we shall have geography. Then I will let you next week, but we shall have biology next week and other subjects still at the same time at 2 p.m. Then for math, I told you it always happens at 5 a.m. daily. Thank you. Marita, you can pray for us.
Okay.
You'll find a recording on the YouTube in the evening. Okay.
Humble souls. Father, King of Glory, I want to thank you for this day. Thank you for our lives. Thanking you for our teachers who have been there for us. Some of us we never knew
them, but now we are in touch and they're teaching us. Father, I think because you've given them the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and us who they are teaching, Father. Father, everyone here has their expectations, knowing that everyone wants 9 A's. Everyone wants 9 A's, but we know our capabilities, Father. So please enable us, at least the least would be like 5 A's, Father, King of Glory. Father, bless everyone who is here, those ones who have been with us but they have gone, those ones who are busy. Bless our parents and all our connections, Father. Bless our futures and our books, Father. Next time is not an easy term, but please guide us. Let us overcome the pressure, because the pressure is really high. Everyone is fighting for the good. Father, King of Glory, some of us here don't have behavior, but please bless us and teach us how to be in people. So when teacher is teaching, let people pay attention and like chat good stuff. Father, bless us. Tomorrow we wake up at 5, we join the math lesson. It is really hard, but Father, you said you bless the work of our hands, Father. This is our work. This is the teacher's work. Please bless us and bless them.
Amen.
Amen.
Marita, thank you so much.
Welcome, teacher.
May you be blessed.
Amen.
Bless you too.
Hi.